Okay, levels look good. We are making a mimic today. Well, we're making a big mimic out of this toy here, which my kids have forgotten about by now. Let's be honest. This there's nothing. There's nobody coming back for this thing. This thing's mine now. All right. So there's a lot here, a lot on the table. May not use all of it, but we will see. So thinking some stuff, especially if I use armatures for any of the sort of tentacles or honestly even teeth, some of that stuff I think might adhere better with this super glue than with hot glue. But I have both. I also have regular old glue here. Hey Joe, thanks for checking out the stream. You said painted minis of mimics but never made one from scratch. Intrigued on what you're going to put together. Dark Souls inspiration. Well, I actually, it's kind of a silly reason. Like I've thought about doing it before, but in this case, I want to use it as a prop for a video idea that I have. And then I thought it'd also be fun just to have one on my desk or my shelf. So this kind of came across my desk and I've been holding on to it. I said, well, maybe it's finally a good time to do that. Clay sculpting tools, in case I need them. I tend to do most of that with my hands, but we will be working with a lot of DAS clay. At least that's my thought process. I grabbed a couple of stray toys because if I'm modifying plastic thing, monster parts, these have a few that I might mix in there. We'll see. You never know. Eyeballs, a little bit of dimension. These might be too small, but that's okay because I have, it's a little too big for the screen, but I have some aluminum foil. Every clay sculptor's best friend. What else? This is just for super glue if I use it. Obviously, hot glue if we go that route. But first goal, I've got some paper clips in case armature stuff is unnecessary. We will find out. So let's get all this stuff out of the way and think about this for a second. So it's not a huge container. At the same time, keeping it so it can still be opened and closed would be neat. I don't think there's any reason to like freeze it in place, right? It'd be kind of fun to be able to put, like, this will fit. Do I have? It's kind of a sacrilege that I never have like spare dice just like hanging around to drop in, but this would fit. This would fit a single set maybe. So I want to keep that, but the fact that it is open, it's all this smooth, it doesn't look like wood, that makes me think that I'll want to coat the entire inside and make it look like the inside of a mimic's mouth. That's kind of what I'm thinking. It's got some pretty deep texture throughout on the outside. I don't think I'm going to have to do a lot to that, which is good because I'm not sure that I could anyway. And it's got this really interesting thing going here. So originally, when I was looking at it, I thought that this would be the place for like an eye. Like maybe it's got one big eye surrounded by teeth, but then, you know, eyes could be all over the thing. So having one big eye, I'm not sure about, especially since I can kind of go over this anyway with the gums and the teeth that'll come down here. The trick for the teeth is going to be getting them so that they can come together and split apart. I also noticed just now, messing with it, that I'm really relying on this to kind of pull it apart. It's got a pretty, I mean, it's a good close. And so I probably don't need to though, right? it'll technically pull from the other sides. I'm just trying to think what kind of contact I need to make sure that I keep available so that it doesn't have any trouble closing. What else? Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. What's up, Spy? Not sure if this is a problem I am, but your voice is pretty crackly. Well, then let me see what I can do about that. Hold on. Let's give it a second to reconnect and see if that's any better. Very sophisticated audio engineering. I'll just kill the mic and bring it back on and see if that's any better. Let me know, Spy. I appreciate the heads up. I don't like monitor my mic like that because it would kind of drive me nuts. But hopefully that's better. Otherwise I may have to do some more investigation. We will see. Much better. Joey, thank you, Joey. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for checking it out. So I think, I'm trying to think the right way to approach. I feel like, so I'll probably be referencing, I kind of pulled some images for like inspiration. Spy, okay, sick, way better. Awesome. And Teague, nice to see you too. All right, so I think it doesn't necessarily matter where to start. I'm curious whether any of these stray things will work just to get some kind of an eye shape in there. Probably not, but you know, when I've got bits, I want to see if there's anything I can use them for. You know, maybe there's a little bit of lift it could give, but I don't think it's going to be enough to justify the trouble. These are just not very big. Oops. I guess some are bigger than others. So what I'm thinking is if I took, you can kind of see, if I took one of these guys and if I put a few of them of different sizes up on top here, then I could kind of surround it with clay and just kind of use that for the shape. Which maybe that could work, because the idea is these eyes I think should be kind of peeking up, right? Almost like splitting the wood and coming up out of the top. Maybe I do like that. I thought that I wouldn't, but then I see it and I'm like, that's actually probably decent representation, especially getting different sizes in there. I still don't know what I think. What do you guys think about? I mean, since the shape is there, it's tempting to want to make this a big eye, but is that a little weird if it's going to be surrounded by teeth? I mean, it's a mimic, so there's no real right or wrong. Like, you can do anything here. Get some different sizes of these. A big eye could set it apart and make it a little bit unique. Seeing what kind of sizes I have here. Something like that, maybe. Just kind of use those for like the eye bumps is what I'm thinking. Maybe I'll come back around and do that, but yeah, I think I can. Yeah, I think I'll use this. Why not? So let me get these on there. Super glue always a little bit goopy because of the accelerant that I use. Always tends to get in the wrong places, but that shouldn't be a problem here. All of this will be covered up anyway. Kind of stuff are you guys up to tonight, by the way? Working on anything or got any cool game stuff lined up? I have 2 games that I need to do some prep for next week. One of them, there's a decent amount of crafting for, so I might be on again this weekend to do some of that. Oops. Back on there. I have to say the last stream that I did, that a bunch of us did, the preparing to fail, the kind of session design prep stream went super well. I was really happy with how that turned out. I finally got all the kind of chapter selections added to the video, put some copied the notes into Google Docs, which don't look great, but they're technically there and available. So if anybody wants to, reference those, I think we came up with some cool stuff. Definitely some stuff that I'm going to try to put into play in my game. And oops, now I can't wait for a chance I get to do another one of those. Hopefully I can start doing them weekly. Joey playing video games and planning session 1 for my next campaign. Ugh, love session 1s. Those are always very exciting. What kind of campaign is it, Joey? Man, yeah, it's been a while. I'm sort of in the middle of a bunch of campaigns, or kind of nearing the end of a number of them. So I'm definitely kind of jonesing for, the next first one that I get to plan. Teagues and my players just entered a deal with an archdevil message. Oh, deal with the devil's always smart. Should be exciting though. You never know what's going to happen in a situation like that. It's probably enough eyes. I'm going to say that's enough eyes for now. Do I want to do an eye here? It would be kind of cool. Why not? Why not? Why would I not, given this opportunity? Let's do it. How am I going to stare at that perfect little circle and not put one? I do have a friend of mine who has asked specifically for me to try to run something for Cyberpunk Red, which is not something I've ever even seriously looked at before, but this person's not super familiar with like TTRPGs, but just kind of loves that cyberpunk world. They played 2077, want to give it a shot, and I always love trying something new, so that that may be on the docket here soon too. Could always use something new to dig into. So Teague, the deal with an archdevil that your players have entered into, is there an actual contract, like an actual devil contract? Because that would be fun. All right. So that stuff's working pretty well. Let me see here. So I think like a thin layer is what I'm going to do over them, and then I can come over the top on the backs, and that'll make them look like eyes kind of sticking out of the top. Joey, that's the problem. I'm thinking of having a plague be rampant and needing to be dealt with. I know one player for sure doesn't want the big bad to be a cult because they've played against too many cults. Cults are definitely a go-to. I get that. So you're thinking, are you thinking big bad or just thinking like local problem? Because local problems can certainly kick things off and then can either be connected to big bads or not later on. They certainly don't have to be. Teague, I'm writing it between sessions. I definitely want to make the physical paper to give to them. That would be awesome. That's a really fun opportunity. I have my players. That's not quite centered, but it's not going to matter. My players released an arch, not an archdevil, just a devil. They released one into the world, and it's been a while since they've seen that devil, and I think it's going to need to make a reappearance here soon, to give them some trouble. I think. All right. Well, let me think here. Is there any? No. I think I know. I think I know what I need. To do. Gotcha. Joey, that makes sense. Local problems are the simplest anyway, because then you can keep everything really local, and big bads may not matter for a long time anyway. So this is DAS Clay. It's air drive. Worked with it a few times, and am certainly not an expert. So I'll probably be figuring some stuff out as I go. But that is okay. All I wanted to use these little bits for is to sort of create the lumps that the eyes are gonna start as. If it's a local plague, I think you said, Joey, having a plague be rampant, an interesting mystery or a reason that the players could get involved is that for some reason they're the only ones not affected by it. Not that you asked, but I can't help myself to chuck out ideas. No, this is what these tools are for. I'm just not super experienced with them. Got a lot more experience just mushing Play-Doh around than I do using sculpting tools. But you know what? I'll give it a try. I find that I'm terrible at estimating just how much clay I'm going to need for any particular spot. I'm trying to cut myself back as much as I can so I don't overload. let's see. So one of my games that I have coming up this next week, I will be I'll be running a vampire fight, which would be pretty cool. I've only ever done a vampire fight once before, believe it or not. Vampires don't show up very often, I guess, in my world. But the players have inadvertently walked into a vampire's lair, so that'll be a fun one to think through. RPG Slime, hello, welcome to the stream. Thanks for checking it out. I appreciate it. Making a mimic here, kind of like a desk mimic. I normally make only things for my games, and I could technically use this in a game. Maybe a giant's chest or something gets like blown out of proportion or whatever. But I have an idea for a video that I want to use this for, which sounds really weird and nebulous right now, but there is a purpose for this. It's not just for fun. I don't disparage crafting for fun. I just mostly I only craft if I have something I want to try to accomplish in game. That's just my style. So yeah, the one group is an energy vampire, and the other group is going to be fighting an arch druid in a old forest in order to save a spirit that's trapped in the body of like this kind of whimsical gold pooping jackrabbit. So those are the two sessions that I have coming up this next week that I still need to do a little bit of prep for, but both should be a lot of fun. The vampire fight especially, because it's an energy vampire, so I'm going to have some fun spinning up some custom stuff for it to do. Oops, that didn't smush well. I think that's the technical term when you're working with any sort of clay. How well does it smush? Always too much clay. All right. So these are eyeballs, which are all going to be covered up. So that's why I'm trying to peel away what I don't need. RPG Slime. Oh, that sounds neat. Are the energy vampires homebrew or from a book? A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. So I think there's a vampire that I found in Flea Mortals, and definitely using that as a base. But I'm pretty sure almost all of the abilities it has, I'm gonna be doing myself, because I kind of want it to be a special kind of fight. Let's put it that way. If this being doesn't feed on blood but feeds on like life energy, bonus points if you get the reference to what we do in the shadows. I feel like as much as I'm not going to make it like a joke encounter, I want it to be a real threat. I feel like all of his abilities should really focus on that, the energy aspect and sort of slowing things down and temporary effects. I think, I'll probably try to do a stream and brainstorm some ideas, but, if there's a really debilitating like exhaustion effect, I feel like he'd be able to roll those out like temporarily on people, like the effect for a round or like a concentration spell or something. Just stuff that would be really, really annoying. And a particular challenge for like he's not a very fast moving vampire. I guess he can be, but he'd rather not be. So that's the plan. Joey says, what's my opinion on the false hydra? False hydras are super cool. I have only gotten a chance to run one false hydra. I planned for another, but the plans were thwarted by players, let's say. I think that the false hydra is one of those creatures, one of those monsters that's awesome for all of the things that sort of lead up to it. It's not necessarily cool because of the boss fight. it's cool because like the idea of it allows you to create lots of really fun situations in your game. That's what excites me about it, at least. But I think that's the charm of it. Teague, you said my immediate thought would be stealing the strength drain ability from the shadow, maybe switching out Khan. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. Strength drain is definitely a good place to start. I also think like any spells that are going to affect like slow, that's going to create lots of like difficult terrain. I think that would be cool. Anything that makes like spell casters have to like reconsider because all of a sudden it's harder to cast these things or there's something working against them, just annoying energy drain sort of stuff. RPG Slime, oh yeah, the strength drain thing. I've seen other DMs run bosses, enemies, where they lower your stats temporarily. That way it lowers your modifiers for attack. Yeah, and that's always really brutal, right? Where it's like, okay, now we're like, you don't want to make like a, what do you call, like a failure slip and slide, right? Where it's just like, okay, so once they get hit by that, now it gets harder to succeed, and it's not fun. But like, let's say that if he's got his dungeon room, and they're fighting him in it, I could use the effects of slow, or I could like use the perception of slow, where all of a sudden he is 500 feet further away than he seemed at the beginning of the fight. Like now it's like, oh, we can get to him, but like how fast can we all travel? It's like now it's like getting to him is, I mean, it's just exhausting. It's so tedious. It's like, how did he even do this? What is going on? But they're in his lair, so he can basically get away with anything like that. So they can still do all the same stuff, but now he's way far away and he can sort of lob things at them, which would just be sort of annoying. And I like that kind of concept for this guy. Let me make some eyelids. Death spirals can be very not fun for the players. If you go to stat drain, there should probably be a way to counter it. Yeah, definitely. That's why it'd be, I think, more fun to find ways, kind of like I just said, of like maybe not so much on stats and mechanics as much as like the experience and like the tedium of fighting the guy. That way all the abilities and stuff are still there, but yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I still have to kind of brainstorm it out, but I think there's a potential for a lot of fun stuff. I'll have to dig into a lot of cool inspiration. I also think that he has like a lot of use of vicious mockery. I have there's a bunch of bunch of bad jokes he can be making, a bunch of terrible comments. He already got started when you met them this last session, so I can definitely see some of that coming out. Alright, this stuff might have dried out too much for me to make use of in this way. Let's move that over there. Let's try again. Let's go deeper into the clay here. Get something a little bit fresher. Gas clay won't fully cure for a while, but once it becomes, once it kind of loses that kind of fluid or damp feel to it, it starts to go fast. All right. Taking a minute just because I want to see how I can do this here. Kind of like that. Teague or mansplaining how gardening works to a druid. That would be exhausting as well. You are right. That's a funny idea. I mean, yeah, abusing vicious mockery, right? Like, I feel like he could just use it after everyone's turn all the time to the point where it's like, dude, enough. So I didn't really have a plan for how to do all of this. I'm just gonna kind of try some stuff here, like obviously, you know, the bubbling wood might do a lot for me anyway, but trying to like separate out over this bar here, and then, you know, the eyelid itself being wood that's kind of morphed up and out feels appropriate. So that's what I'm gonna try to mimic. Ha ha ha. That's an example of one of the energy vampires jokes that he could make. It's not bad for a first try. Mischief. What's this part of the mimic supposed to be? Also, what's the reason for it compared to a normal player character? Good questions. So these are eye bumps. These are eyes coming out the top. I think this will probably be a big eye with like a big lid. So these are just kind of poking out of the wood. Is my thought. We'll see if that's what it ends up looking like. But that's what I'm thinking right now. And in terms of its purpose, I don't. So uncharacteristically, I do not have a purpose for this in my game. I could certainly come up with one, like if a regular mimic gets magnified, which actually is like a super cool idea, so that would totally work. But this is actually, I have in mind for a video that I want to shoot. I want to use this actually as an example, or probably as like a 15-second gag in a minute-long video. So, yeah, think of that what you will. It's been sitting on my desk for a while, and I said, well, this could be fun. Let's try crafting this tonight. Let's see here. RPG, I've seen a video where he talks about a hive mind of mimics. Could this be the master mimic? I love that idea. Totally. I think mimics are one of those fun monsters because it kind of feels like anything goes, right? Like you can, technically that's always the case, but it really does seem like, you know, put some eyeballs on it, put some tentacles on it. Which, we'll get to the tentacles here. Joey said gameplay wise it could just be a mimic that hasn't split off to make more mimics, thus its size. Totally, yeah. Like I could, like, first draft encounter for something like this, a mimic like this is found in a let's say like a potion shop or like a magic shop, and in the middle of the fight, this is a regular mimic that in the midst of the fight stumbles into some sort of a, you know, size changing potion, and all of a sudden they've got to fight a mimic that's as big as the building. That would be fun. Mischief, what's your process for crafts? There's a silly symbol that always gets in my way. For crafting minis or terrain. My process? Ooh. Well, you're seeing some of it. which is just to kind of experiment and see what works and what doesn't. I don't craft a ton of minis. I've made a purple worm I'm pretty proud of, but in general, I'm much more likely to be making terrain with my crafting time. Even though, as I say that, 3 episodes into this video, I haven't really done that yet. This could arguably be terrain, kind of, but not really. So maybe I'll have to make sure that we do that on the next one. But I typically try to. Oh, thanks. Yeah, the purple worm is actually right there by the glowing D20. Hard to see because it's mostly in shadow, but yeah, I'm happy with that one. That one's super fun. Mostly what I try to do is come up with ideas that are both modular, reusable, and hopefully ideas that I tackle far enough advance of actually getting to use them in game. Doesn't always happen that way though. Slime, out of curiosity, have you looked into doing 3D printing? I have. I have an Anycubic Photon Mono, and there's actually a print out there for my energy vampire fight that I need to cure. And like I said, maybe that'll be a yet this week project. I say one of those. One thing is a crafter, mini painter, whatever you want to call it, whatever we all are. One difficult lesson for me that I'm sure we all have to learn at some point or another is how to deal with trying really hard to get something done for a session and it's still not being done, and then accepting that and just going on, doing the session regardless. That can be hard, especially when you're trying to do as much as you can. But that's just one of those lessons that you kind of have to learn at some point or another, I think. Otherwise, it'll drive you nuts. Not me postponing crafting for my session tomorrow. Yeah, we've all been there. And honestly, players appreciate it, but the game is just awesome. Whatever's out there, even just having something on the table to reference, doesn't take much, and it's going to blow most people away. It's any effort like that at all to put stuff on the table when you're miles apart from a lot of DMs, that's for sure. It's a lot of extra effort just to think about how to get something out there. So we're usually the ones that are too hard on ourselves, I think. Just trying to kind of mimic the direction and the style of the wood on the toy. That way, as I paint them all together, it's going to look like it's bubbling up from the woodwork, kind of forming the eyelids. Wait, did they send you to ask that question, RPG Slime? Um, no, it was one of those that who knows where they came across it, but um, the age they are at, things come and go so quickly in terms of their interest. Uh, I believe there were two of these. I was like, I'm gonna snatch one of those. Um, hey, Nathan Miller, welcome to the stream. You said you came over here from Instagram. I didn't know you did live stream. I started following you recently, and I've enjoyed it all. Well, thank you so much. I'm super glad to hear that. And that you made the leap all the way from the other side of the internet to here. It's awesome. To be fair, I was streaming a bit earlier in the year, a bunch on Twitch, and then kind of fell off of that because Twitch is sort of its own thing, and then very recently started back up here on YouTube, and I really really like it. So I'm excited to get a bunch of new ideas out the door. Right now I've got two different things I'm streaming about. One is crafting, the other is session planning. Both of those have playlists. Still working out schedules and things like that, so I'll probably just be kind of posting a heads up when I'm about to go live, here and there until I get something more consistent. But super glad you like the videos and stuff. That's the whole idea. I'm thinking I should just we'll see how it goes. Definitely not something I've done a lot of. There's a lot of like super good clay crafters out there. I mostly just go, hey, clay, that's a thing I can try to use. Let me try that, and here we are. But I do know that texture is important. The more texture, the better. It's one of my rules to live by. Yeah, that'll be cool, especially when this one becomes, and then the sides might be where I do a lot of tentacle work. We'll see. RPG said, will say out of all the D&D content creators, your stuff is probably one of my favorite I've seen in the 7 years I've been DMing. Well, wow, thank you so much. Love to hear it. That's awesome. There's a lot of people packed into that 7 years. So super glad to be in the bunch of them. This is probably too dry. No, this isn't too bad. Appreciate all the kind words. Definitely have a lot more planned into the new year here, but just taking it a little bit at a time. Actually been really happy here on YouTube. It's kind of been crawling along all year, and in the past couple weeks has really sort of jumped up. Seeing a lot of new people showing up and a lot of nice views that YouTube has decided to sling my way, so that's all very encouraging. Makes me excited to see what's next over here, that's for sure. Trick is to make sure the eye is sort of tucked in there, I think, otherwise it looks weird. Granted, it's a mimic, so it's bound to look weird, but you know what I mean. Joey said you found me in the past month and the content is absolutely fantastic. Well, geez, guys. You guys are awesome. I think what I need to do is make some of the eyes point different directions. I think that's small mistake. They've all been facing forward. I think I might even add one more to have it face a different direction. That's okay. You live and you learn. It's certainly not going to look bad. Not for just a gotcha. So this guy, I think. That's right. Who knows about the ecology of a mimic? And even as I say that, I'm sure somebody's done the research. Somebody's pieced together every little bit that's ever been written about them and has an opinion on the topic. But should also think about a tongue, right? I've noticed when I was looking up some reference images, it feels like mimics either, people sort of make decisions. Is my mimic going to have a tongue or not? And the problem with a tongue is you're sort of making the decision that like the mimic is going to always be open. Sorry if I'm running off camera there. And I'm not sure that I want to make that call. In fact, I think I don't want to make that call. I'm not opposed to a tongue, but if I do it, maybe it'll just be magnetized or something I can add. Magnets, I think, are on brand. I can do magnets. I could tuck in another eye there. But I think I'll leave room because maybe I can have a tentacle swooping through. Because these things should have tentacles too. Okay, so let's see here. That's true. It could just be kind of be sticking out. Well, the thing is though, but then when it comes up, you're gonna see that it's just kind of blit. Nathan, he said, "Are you going with the traditional mimic look or taking your own spin on this anyway?" I'm kind of just rolling with it and seeing like the idea here, and then I think maybe I'll do this eye because this toy just kind of had this space, and I'm like, okay, a big eye right here makes sense. But I've got plastic pieces I could add from like these toys or whatever, and I've got some armature wire if I want to do some like crazy tentacle things. Because I think that would be fun, but I don't really have a super tight plan. I'm just kind of rolling with what one step at a time, not giving myself too much time to reconsider because I will sometimes sit and consider my options for too long. Don't know if you guys can relate to that, but in this case, just keep putting stuff on it until it hopefully looks like a mimic. Just needs to be a monster chest, right? Probably, honestly though, in the end, it's going to be more traditional than not. It already kind of has that, like, oh, okay, chest with eyes and stuff like that. Joey, if you leave the guts mostly empty using it in a fight, you could have it actually swallow a player's mini. Totally. It could actually fit. Even if I do texture the inside, which is really tempting to do that, it could still fit a few dice or even like the DM's D20 or something like that. I agree. It shouldn't have any problem because also this is deep too. So even if I put a layer and do some like texturing on the inside, it should definitely be able to accommodate that. Come on now. Hey, what's up, new master? Thanks for checking out the stream. Hey, Ryan, do you ever thinking about showing some of your campaigns at all? That's a really good question. I have some ideas for getting at least examples of like, how I like to run the game. I feel like I've been talking about it so much this year. I should probably show some examples. I definitely want to keep sort of my campaigns with friends and stuff sort of sacred. They didn't start online, so I wouldn't want to move them online. And I think I would want to only do a game online if I had an idea for a game that would only work online, if that makes sense. So it might happen if I have the right idea. That's definitely in the cards. But in the meantime, I definitely have some examples of times I've run the game that I want to, try to get out there just to sort of give people a reference point. I've had that question before, like, hey, what is it like? What are your games like and stuff like that. And it's like, well, it's only fair if I talk about this stuff that much that I should get some examples out into the wild at some point. And thank you. I'm glad you like the shorts. It's pretty much all I've been doing, but I will be doing some longer form stuff here before long. Very excited about those ideas. Hey Leaf, thanks for checking out the streams. I just wanted to pop in and let you know you're delivering fantastic content. Your level of effort deserves more exposure. You have shared many ideas that have changed the way I prep and play. Thank you. Well, holy cow, thank you. That's wonderful to hear. I'm so glad. Oh yeah, New Master. I know a friend. That's one of my favorites too. I didn't come up with it. I just hopefully provided a fun spin on it to make it worth talking about. This is junk. Let me try. RPG Slime, you said, speaking of campaigns, have you ever run any other TTRPGs? If so, what's your favorite? So not a lot. So I've only been running D&D for about 5, probably going on 6 years now. I'm not super experienced in different games. I'm interested though. I have a couple kind of on the docket that I want to play. I picked up Blades in the Dark. I'm very curious about that. What else? I can't remember the name of it, but there's a space, like a far-flung space setting. I picked up a book for that. And I just had a friend ask whether I'd be willing to run something, whatever, really, in the Cyberpunk Red universe. So I've got that one on the docket as well. So definitely trying to diversify a little bit. But honestly, like with homebrew and the way that I run my games, I really feel super free to experiment. My players are really cool about it. I get to do all sorts of wild stuff that most people wouldn't typically consider D&D. So I think this one's going to be more monstrous. I don't think this one's going to be like the wood popping up. I think this one's going to be more. I don't have a plan for what. Maybe like speckled. Maybe like a. Maybe one of these beads, or what could I use? Ooh. Yeah. Ooh, some good choices there. D&D 5e is the coolest one. I mean, I definitely I have a lot of love for 5th edition, for D&D in general. I know it's popular to it's a popular punching bag, and for probably a lot of good reasons, but I can't be mad at it. I've gotten too much out of it already, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. Joey, what are some of your tips and tricks for planning games when you hit a creative brick wall? That is a good question. Let me see if this will be a good look or not. Kind of feel like a speckled monster skin could be fun. Like dimpled, lightly dimpled texture. It's not bad. I might like it more for tentacles than the eyelid, but yeah, Matt Koval's new system should be really fun. Let me give that a second. I'll see if I still like that idea. Actually, I don't even need a second. I know that I don't like it. I am going to like it, but I'm not going to use it like that. So let me mostly smooth these back out. When I am creatively blocked, I did a video about one of my favorite methods called disrupt brainstorming. That helps a lot. I've recently started a stream here called Preparing to Fail, which is all design and session prep. And I think that's going to help me a lot because it's just a bunch of us, whoever shows up for the stream basically talking about encounter designs and room designs and monster designs. And I think that'll be really cool. Yeah, that still comes across as a monstery flesh texture. I'm cool with that. Talking to other DMs, any friends or any people like that can certainly help. And sometimes if it's really bad, it just takes me going like, okay, well, these like books or movies or TV shows or video games that I've been ignoring, let me just pick up one of those and try them out. Like I didn't play. I don't really spend much time playing video games. But it's been cool to see people talking about one of the best things about Baldur's Gate 3 has been idea generation for their D&D games. Like that's been super cool. Nathan Miller, I've recently started Fantasy Flight's Star Wars TTRPG. Fantasy Flight's really cool. I like that company. I've got a bunch of their games from the past as well. Leaf, you said, how long have you been doing crafts for D&D, and what is something you haven't made yet but are willing to attempt? Or are wanting to attempt, sorry. I've been probably crafting for 4 years, maybe going on 5 years. Less time than I've been a DM. I spent basically the first year. It was only towards the end of my first year running anything that I was like, ooh, maybe I'll try. And then just kind of fell deeper and deeper into the hole until here we are. So that didn't take too long to obsess and build out a collection. But I will say that in terms of something that I want to make, there's so many things I want to make. So many things. You name it, I probably want to make it. Something, though, that I haven't really touched at all. What have I not really touched at all? You know what? Actually, I was just mentioning the cyberpunk red stuff. Nothing with anything that is like sci-fi or modern or punk or city terrain. I think that'll be really fun. Yeah, that's high on my list. To kind of start putting together a set like that will be really cool. Okay, so if I'm gonna do teeth next, could be a little bit tricky, but I think I need gums for the teeth to go in. But I'm curious. Come here. I kind of like the idea of the teeth being long. So rather than being kind of short teeth to like play into the size, like if I could create sort of a gum around at least this front half, and then the tooth that comes out extends like probably down like this. kind of do like a, and I'll use the armature for the shape, but like kind of long spindly teeth I think could be cool. Maybe not quite that. And then kind of curve around each other and not touch, and hopefully give me the, yeah, almost like fangs. New master, yeah. NPM, you said, any thoughts on using LEDs or lights in your crafts? PS1 says, hi, I have a practicing painting on a Troll King Mini. That is awesome. Hi, NPM's mom. So I've never, the most that I've ever done with one of my crafts, or with any of my crafts and light, is just like those basic tea lights. Never gotten into the LEDs, never gotten into all the fancy stuff that I see people do, and I'm like, oh man, that'd be really fun. I just don't do it. But I'd like to. That would be fun. I think I have some of the things that I need. But part of the thing about putting lights into stuff is you kind of have to have that in the plan from the beginning. You kind of have to be thinking about that. I feel like the gums here should be a pretty chunky if I want to do big fang teeth. Let's see. Yeah. Where's my method? Here we go. My method for keeping this thing open. Portals and buildings are great LED candidates. Portals especially, that could be something I could be tempted to dig into, only because I've the portal that I have and that I use is kind of very flat, and I could probably just augment it, but it's always fun to build new stuff anyway. So that could be something. That could be something I could try. Sorry, this is going to be probably pretty clumsy. I've seen people put like their phones and stuff like that behind a portal, and that's kind of cool. But it'd be fun to play around with different sort of transparencies or glasses and glass materials and try to kind of warp some lights, you know. Even like I use in my backgrounds and stuff, like LEDs and stuff. It'd be fun to try to put some in that are like controllable, you know. It's kind of big and chunky right there, but I think I like that. I think I want the mouth to be prominent. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. I actually was really okay with this brush for smoothing this out. And even just like the texture that it gives, sort of a rough, like, almost like warts, and just kind of like make sure I'm not sealing myself in here. That would be, well, it wouldn't be the biggest deal, but it'd be annoying. So I think I'm gonna need, let's see here. I know I have something that could work for this. Maybe just one of these. New master, you said the DM that runs our campaign used little tea lights and LEDs sometimes. We had a goblin warg encounter and used tea lights in the campsite, which I thought worked well. That's awesome. That's definitely a cool way to do it. Trying to provide places for the teeth to go so that it looks like they're coming out. You know what I mean? So then the teeth will kind of go in there. Honestly, I don't think scale's that big of a deal. I think as long as it makes sense in context or whatever, like the trick with using the tea lights for campfires, I think, is to make sure that you're stripping them down as much as you can so that what you add to them is very, very minimal. That way it doesn't add a bunch of bulk. Because the tea light generally is already pretty big. I'm just wasting clay, but that's okay. Yeah. So they'll be molded to fit in those spots, but I want to make sure that there's a hole for them. And maybe I'll need the wire. Maybe I'll just use that as a reference. But I think if I figure out the right size and kind of twist them around, it might help hold the form a little bit. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I think scale was one of those things that I used to worry a lot about too, but when it all kind of comes down to it, hold up a mini. If it seems fine, it's probably fine, right? Is that door about the size that a mini could get through it, then it's okay. Mini for scale is my preferred way to go. The last thing that you want to do or the last thing that I want to do, sorry, you guys can do what you want. The last thing that I want to do is get caught up in okay, is this like a 1/32 size, or is this going to be a 1/16 or a 1/28, or what's the measurement? If this is in real life supposed to be 20 feet long, then that means it needs to be this many inches. Nah, I don't. I skip all that part. I just kind of go, yeah, that looks about right. But people that do that can probably make some more amazing stuff, that's for sure. Don't want to jinx myself, but I'm pretty happy so far with how the clay is adhering to the plastic. That was one of the fears that I had that I didn't want to speak of, you know, but it's doing okay. NP, I love that the chats get saved on these because I had to take notes the first time for crafting in DM, and now I just go back to old videos. Yes, so glad. And I'm trying to keep up with it, but hopefully when you go back and look at old videos or old streams as well, the chapters should be in there, which should make navigating and jumping to certain parts hopefully a little bit easier. You know, 4-hour streams, not the easiest thing to go back and find your way through, so hopefully that ends up helping a little bit too. I know I've always appreciated that when people take the time to do it. Okay, that'll either work or it won't. We'll find out. We'll see. Definitely not hating the look of it. The teeth will help. Get open. Because I can still use that. So if I want to do lower gums, and then I'll probably do the teeth kind of, so they'll just be avoiding each other. So I think we're thinking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, somewhere around 8 to 10 teeth, depending on how that process goes. But I think I need to do the lower gums before I can do that. I wonder if I can do a, I guess I should do some sort of a lower eyelid, right? Actually, it'll probably look fine. Yeah, I don't think I need to. And if you're wondering, yes, the lid is getting heavier. There's something about clay will do that. Actually, had this thought, and I almost forgot this thought before. Let's see if this will show up. This probably will not show up, because it's plastic. It's not bad. I'm gonna need to know how far down the eye goes, you know, approximately, so that what I make can fit snug along there. Okay. Figure that'll help just a little bit. This one, I feel like I could probably do one continuous piece all the way around. Definitely may need to come back in and touch up some of this a little bit. But paint hides a lot, so Don't know why I'm worried about this. It's been pretty good so far. Sorry. Drifted. Try to keep it clear of the adjoining section as much as I can. Okay. Such a finicky thing. Come on now, actually. Just trying to do a lot of transitioning the clay down into the plastic, make it look like that's where it came from. Some little Joey, what is your all-time favorite foe or creature to run? That's a good question. So we already mentioned the False Hydra at some point earlier, I think, but that one's fun, not for the, not necessarily because of the monster's fun to run, but because everything that kind of surrounds that monster concept is really fun. So that one's high on my list for sure. I think my favorite ones to run are the monsters where either because I've homebrewed something or because it's some interesting monster concept, it's allowed to sort of break the rules. Those are always highlights for me, selfishly, as a DM, because it's fun seeing players, especially players who have played a lot of this game together. It's fun to see them react to those changes. So, like for instance, my players were fighting Nothics recently. Ironically, another big-eyed creature, and the Nothics in my game have sort of a history in this part of the world that the campaign takes place in, kind of terrorizing the region, being connected to all sorts of dark magic, and as such, they're affected by magic a lot. And what I mean by that is they're being around a lot of it, I sort of determined can have a big effect on them. So in this one particular fight recently, the players came upon a dungeon, or the entrance to a dungeon, and it became very clear to them that a particular spell had been cast for many, many years, hundreds and thousands of times. And there were Nothics in the area, and the Nothics had been affected by this casting over the years that allowed them to do things that Nothics, other ones they fought, had never done. So, for instance, the Nothics they fought could counter, they could counterspell basically any action. They were counterspelling melee attacks. And that moment for the players was really fun. Because it's like, oh, well, that breaks the rules. And it's like, yep, yeah, it does. And your players react, and the characters react as such, right? Like, that shouldn't be. That's not how magic works, you know? So anytime that there's a justified reason to play around with that type of concept, that's when I'm usually pretty jazzed up about it. That's when I'm like, man, I can't wait till we get to that idea again. Or like an ancient dragon that can break rules. That's another favorite of mine to use. Might do maybe some little teeth under the eye, which is not practical, by the way. Teeth under an eye is not great, but in this case, you may need to make an exception. Just stick some down here because that feels like. Feel free, Joey. The other one, kind of like it, is I made an ancient dragon, an ancient black dragon earlier this year that my players fought, which was like totally signaled. You know, all of these things, like there's clues, and it's nothing just come out of nowhere. I'm not just trying to like screw my players or anything like that. That's not my style. But I do like giving them interesting threats and challenges. And when they fought, you know, an ancient dragon should feel really, really different. Dragons in general should be a big deal anytime they come up. But an ancient one, I was like, this one's got to have something special. So this ancient dragon, if it hits you with its breath weapon and you failed the save, the poison in this ancient black dragon's breath would basically take away your Constitution saving throw. Basically, for as long as you play this character, it's never making another con save. Its Constitution, in that sense, has been broken. And that was definitely like a oh shit moment when they were fighting that dragon. Like, oh, that's now it sounds really bad, and maybe it is really bad. I don't know. It's not a balanced thing that, you know, it's only my table, right? But that one was really fun to do for sure. NPM, about how many hours a week do you usually spend prepping a session? It really depends. It really, really depends. One of the reasons that I have started streaming some kind of game design session prep stuff is because I want to do it more than I have been. This thing's starting to look kind of crazy. I mean, I think one answer to your question is as much as I can, which in some weeks is not very much at all. And that is that's always kind of frustrating. I like planning a bunch. I'd like to think that I'm a very thoughtful DM, and I want to have cool things in mind to throw out there depending on what players do. You know, I like to have well thought out environments and things. I don't really like, you know, I'm nothing against it, but I'm not a funhouse dungeon type of DM. You know, if I do something like that, there's kind of, I want there to be a reason for that dungeon to be that way. And that kind of stuff takes a long time to sort of think up. It almost looks like coral, like a mimic underwater. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what it looks like once the teeth go in, once I place those, because they're just right now sort of the sockets in the gums for the teeth. And it'll give me a good reference for like how big those should be. But yeah, I would say it kind of does look like that. Noob Master. You said with your crafting, do you prefer simple or do you try to add all the details? Hope it makes sense. I think I would have to say that I'm guilty of detail. And it's weird saying that because it's like, well, it's not like I'm necessarily good at the detail. There are definitely people better. But I think I do strive for detail, which means that some stuff that I try to do ends up taking longer than maybe I would like it to. That definitely happens. Also, like, the thing about kit bashing, which is kind of what this is kind of just augmenting a toy. The priming step for these is always sort of the big moment, right? It may look like garbage, and it may end up being garbage, to be fair. But a lot of times, once you get to a certain spot and then everything gets primed the same color, you go, oh, wait, this actually looks like something now. So I'll hold out hope for my work until that stage at least, before I get too concerned. But yeah, you can never fail. Detail is rarely going to be the problem in something. Like, if you can afford to, with time, if you can afford to add some detail, I think it's usually going to help quite a bit. Let's see how much clay I'm going to need for these fangy fangs. Yeah, it can be really tough. You kind of just have to roll with it sometimes and say, well, this might all have been a waste of time, but we will give it a shot. So the idea is to sort of, it's too big. See, I always go too big with clay. That's my like #1 issue. That's okay. It's pretty forgiving, and I've still got a pretty decent sized brick over there. I'm not gonna have a problem. Famous last words, I know. Just keep smushing it until it looks like a fang. What's so hard about that? Think, honestly, what I thought I needed is some bulk in the armature. I actually don't think I do. I think the armature is just fine. Try it again. Once I have sort of one, I think, to size the rest off of, it should go a little bit more smoothly. Even though, honestly, like, as much as it looks like a chaotic mess, I'm pretty happy with it so far. Teague, is there a class you'd like to play if you ever got on the other side of the DM screen? I'm about to be a player for the first time, and I have no idea what I want to do. So I've gotten that chance a couple of times. I've only ever been a player in, let's say, a campaign, not a one-shot. And I've done a fighter because I was like, hey, I got to play a fighter. This is like core class, you know, big stuff. And the other was a wizard because I really wanted to play a wizard that focused on like components and sort of describing spell casting. Like I wanted to be kind of a dork wizard. Because I think, you know, nothing against players that don't do that, but I think that generally is not where players go with it. Yeah, that'll look cool. That'll look super cool. Okay, cool. I think that's kind of the right look for a fang, right? It's kind of fat up at the top and then kind of tapers down so that top part's kind of like a bulb. I think that's kind of the vibe. Joey said the mimic is coming along really well and hasn't even got a cut. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It is definitely making progress. Let's see here. So I think what I want to do with the fangs, because of how I've laid this out, I might have to let them sort of solid up a little bit and then glue them in place. Just because they are separate. So gluing them might just be necessary because I'm afraid if I just try to mold them in, well, let's test it out, I guess. I'm afraid that molding them in won't work very well. I don't want to lose the depressions that I made by blending them together. And then if I keep working with this thing, I think they'll fall out. And now I'm second guessing the teeth down here, but I think I have a way of making that work too. So very fang-like. Good. Now just to make a few more. At least I have a vague idea of the size. I'm not gonna really do much more than like, oh yeah, that's about the right size. because monster stuff, the less it seems uniform, you know, the more we just kind of lean into whatever happens, I think probably the better off we'll be. I do need to remember to bend the armature, I think, a little bit if I want these sort of fang shapes. I want to make sure that the armature has that so that I can just sort of pull the clay down around it. Yeah, tiny ones in the midsection, which could very well just be like toothpicks with some basic ones. Like that was my thought. I'm not crazy about it looking at it, but I think it'll look okay when I do it. I could probably even cheap out and use something like toothpicks, but I think it'll look like a toothpick, so I think I should probably at least stick a little bit of clay around it so it doesn't look like I got tired of working on it, you know. even if I do end up feeling tired of working on it. All right. That one's kind of a big boy, but it'll fit in over there. Okay, I had in my head almost like piranha teeth. I think that, yeah, almost like more triangle teeth, right? I actually think I might have in one of my tubs. I might have to take a minute and look. I think I have some of those because I created a ton of spikes for my purple worm, and I didn't use all of them, I don't think. So I might even be able to scavenge some spikes, maybe. What are the odds they'd be the right size, right? They'd probably be too big, but maybe. Let's see. So another thing I'm excited about, one of the videos I want to try to do this upcoming week is about a dungeon that I've almost finished running, the dungeon of the energy vampire, because it's a dungeon that I basically designed around one spell, which is actually just like a really fun creative trick, right? Like, okay, take a spell and assume that the person or the persons behind this dungeon had unlimited uses of it or some weird twisted version of it or whatever, and then like how would you design a dungeon to support that? So in my case, with my players, it's a dungeon built around Unseen Servant, which is a really weird spell to do this with, but that's partly why I think it kind of drew my attention to like, ooh, that'd be kind of fun. What would that look like? So for instance, you know, the first hallway in this dungeon they go down had cutouts, had slits, you know, in the sides that were just the right size for arrows to come through. But there was nothing that the rogue or anybody could determine would trigger them until they went through, because obviously it was just unseen servants waiting, right? Just kind of holding their position and waiting for a long time, because this was a version of Unseen Servant that would last for a really long time. And then they get to the end of this hallway, and there's like a lever on the wall, and they pull the lever thinking that'll stop the traps, but all that does is cause Unseen Servants to come out and clean the dungeon stone. It's actually like an incredibly clean dungeon for it being as old as it is. You know, a couple more traps like that, and just kind of that sort of vibe ended up being a really fun, unique dungeon. And I'm like, man, I bet it'd be fun to do that with other spells. Right, so wow, that's a giant. Oh, there we go, right there. Boom. Oh, that'll be cool. Okay, that one goes there. That one goes there. you know, what would an entire dungeon look like if it was designed around what's a good spell? An entire dungeon built around, you know, minor image or something like that, or NPM clean dungeons always scare me because I think of a gelatinous cube. Yes. Hoovering everything. And you should. You should be afraid of that. That's always a possibility. Or like, you know, an entire dungeon designed around like shape water, right? Like what could that lend to a nefarious group? You know, what could that let them do in a dungeon? Or, you know, shape earth, or shape stone, whatever, stuff like that. Just fun things for like brainstorming different ideas. So I want to try to turn that line of thinking into a video because I think it could generate some fun discussion and ideas. And my players are through that dungeon, so I can spoil it now. I can talk about it. Ooh, this one's a nice little thing. Yeah, perfect there. I'll just have to shape it a little bit better. Okay. See, hopefully I don't hate myself for how I've conceived of sticking on these fangs. Hopefully I can get them that they dry solid enough and then I'm able to glue them in place solid enough. I think so. I think it'll be okay. My gut says it'll be fine. Some of the clay is sort of showing cracks and stuff, but I don't think that's really going to matter in the long run with something like this. It's splitting a little bit, not super smooth, but that's okay. Doesn't really bother me. 4 fangs down. Once I have the fangs drying, I'm thinking maybe something on the inside. Try to do like the inner workings. So that one down, so this one. Yeah, Joey, I agree. Like I said, I was trying to look up some inspiration before getting started, and I was like, ooh, look at those long fang teeth. That's cool. May not be practical, but it's just the mimic's damage. Let's see. Oops. Get out of there. That is too much. Saw when I was looking up examples, saw people done like barn mimics, you know, really huge mimics and stuff. I'm like, oh shoot, I'm gonna have to try that sometime. It's gotta get smaller. It's gotta get quite a chunk smaller. Pretty cool stuff out there that people have dreamt up, and Anglerfish, yeah. Good pull. Oh, that's definitely gives those vibes. Which are terrifying in their own right. Okay. That should be fine. So one down there. Okay. This might not be enough clay. Let's see. A mimic that is an entire town and worshipped like a god. That's fun. That's a fun idea. There we go. You love to see it. I actually have a pretty good excuse to do something maybe not quite the size of a town, but my one of my games, my players have made enemies with a lich, which is not their fault. The lich had tricked them into serving him for a while, and so they are basically working on a plan to destroy him, as you do, and he has a pet mimic. Or in other words, he has a mimic that is kind of under his sway, under his control, so it'd only be fair and fun and awesome if that mimic took on a really big form at some point. And they had to fight some crazy giant mimic. That would be awesome. But that's a pretty good fit, actually. It's pretty good little fang. So let's see, this one up, that one down, this one up, so I need a little one down there. Or at least relatively smaller. New Master says, what is the weirdest wacky interaction or encounter that you've had happen campaigns before? The weirdest, the wackiest. That is a good question. Let me think about it for a second. The weirdest. I definitely put the players through some weird things, so let me think of one that is weirder than the rest. I'd say that anytime my players make a trip to the Feywild is always an experience. One of those trips that one of my groups did, I borrowed heavily. And when I say borrowed, I basically stole the idea. I reworked it a bunch into something that made sense for my game. But there was a part of the Adventure Zone's first season, the McElroy D&D game. Their first season had an amazing arc called the 11th Hour. And I would say that my take on that for my players was pretty pretty out there, pretty fun. If you're not familiar with that game, and in particular that arc, I'll just say the way that I used it was to stick a town in my iteration of the Feywild, which had basically become enchanted and stuck in a time loop. And so this town, which was sort of thematically like an Old West town, which is weird, but in the Feywild, hey, these things happen. And everything from a construct sheriff to, again, repeating things to, jailed rabbits, all sorts of crazy stuff. It was a lot of fun, both my own and borrowed from the Adventure Zone. That was definitely an out there arc. Yeah, 11th Hour Teague, that was great, and not impossible to run. Of course, I made it hard on myself because I was like, let me make an entire Old West town terrain. This is just not working for me. If I handle the clay for too long, it just does not work. Which is my fault, I understand. It's all my fault. But yeah, the 11th Hour, if anybody listening is into anything that's sort of timey-wimey, time travel back and forth, that type of thing, like the coolest part of running something like that concept of the town is stuck in a loop, which basically means that every hour it gets destroyed and every hour it goes back in an hour, it starts over. It plays the last hour of this town's life. And the coolest part, which is really hard to anticipate or know how exactly it's going to start happening, but if you run the rules for this sort of looping location so that the players don't have to feel like they're retreading ground. If you say, listen, if you've been to a place and you've had an experience or you've accomplished, you've convinced that NPC or you've solved that puzzle or you've won that fight, you never have to do it again. You just have to tell me that that's what you want to do, and then we'll advance time a little bit. There's always a ticking clock in a time loop thing. And the effect of all of that means that in the early part of that experience, the players are sort of doing lots of talking, lots of investigating. But then the more that they come back and the more that they restart that loop, they start to act and sort of behave like time travelers. Like they know all the ins and outs of this location, and they can choose to zip around and do things. And when they are talking to somebody and it's new and fresh, they sound insane, which is great. And it also allowed me to give them at one point a completely ridiculous and busted hallway trap where there were hundreds of stones, and some of the stones would basically blow the entire cavern up. That's what this trap sequence was. I would never use this in a typical game, right? That would never be in one of my things, like, oh, you step on the wrong thing, you die. But in exactly this case, they were going through this space, and so somebody was leading their way. Somebody had to lead for all of them and show them which ones to step on, and so they would make rolls. And the rolls were whether they could, find the way through. And it was a lot of fun because if they rolled poorly, boom. And we quickly would be like, okay, you guys go back to the beginning of the town, or back to an hour ago. You guys do all those steps again. You get, okay, try it again. And it was really just humorous to see how many tries it took and how many times they had to know that their characters had to loop through all the same interactions to get back and say, it's not that stone. Okay, so we'll try this other stone. And I didn't make them navigate the whole thing. We just did it with rolls to see, okay, you get further this time, you get further this time. And those DCs got easier, and they began to know where to go. That was a really unique experience in that session, in that set of sessions, I should say. I would definitely run that again, or find a way to run it as a one-shot which I don't think that I could be wrong, but I don't think Adventure Zone ever released anything for that, which is crazy. It was such a good idea, but let's see. So that fits like that. Here's that, and that goes up, and that. So I think I just need. I just need the one coming up over here. Clay's no good to me. What's up, Satan? Welcome to the stream, making this abomination right here. Making some fangs, making them now so that they can hopefully dry up a little bit and make me more confident about gluing them into place. New master, yeah. New to D&D, I've only watched Dimension 20 bits of Critical Role and High Rollers. Well, hey, that's a pretty good boot camp. It sounds like. That's a good chunk of really good D&D. Cool. I think that one will work. Okay. So I have those, and what I need is for them to retire to a safe place so that they may dry without me sneezing and destroying them. You can make a mimic? That's awesome. Start a trend. Everybody will have a mimic. And you get a mimic. You get a mimic. It's, you know, there's plenty of stuff that I'd probably never attempt to sculpt with clay. But monsters are pretty damn forgiving. Natural things, I imagine also making like animals and stuff would actually be pretty forgiving. Alright, so I need... What do I need? I need something for... I don't know why I'm looking around. Maybe I can just use these. Let's do it like that. Let's see. Crazy experiment. Let's see if it works. It's so crazy it just might work. NPM, I'm trying to think of the meanest thing to make into a mimic. Other than trapdoors and chests, any other ideas? Potion bottles. Little rowboats. Yeah, Teague beat you to it. Health potion. Satan, ooh, I might make a dragon horde mimic. I have some clay I've been wanting to use. Nice. Totally not a government spy pigeon. Welcome to the chat. Potion of healing mimic. All of these are just the worst ever. Beds can be pretty nasty. Just a little spiky spike tooth. I'm not sure. I don't think that'll be small enough though, which is, yeah, it's not going to be small enough. An ale barrel, not bad. Coat, like a cloak or a pair of shoes. Those would be pretty annoying. Doors, definitely doors. I'm trying to see if it's even reasonable for me to make these this way. Armor. It's pretty rough. I think one of my favorite low level. I really like designing low level encounters, and slimes and oozes are great for that. I think I just need. So finicky. But I did do this to myself, didn't I? Now I love a low level party running into some oozes or whatever, dripping down onto their weapons and finding out that, you know, it's damaged their weapons and it's going to make it harder for them to be effective in whatever dungeon they're going to. That's always a fun scare. Ooh, that's good. That's what I need. That's what I need to shoot for. Just need to do a few of these. To be clear, I'm not planning to. These are just the armature is just to kind of hold it while it dries, and then I'll cut it down and still glue it in place. If anything, it'll give me something to poke into the clay a little bit, which is maybe something I should have done for the other ones, but we'll make it work. Figure it out. What do I need here? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 and 8. Didn't even realize I was doing that. Keep reminding myself that as annoying as the little things are, it's the little details. Little details add up. Another little detail. That's good. And they shouldn't be that big a deal to make. It's just like that. It should be that fast. Satan, I actually it wasn't the big bad. but I did have a villain portrayed by like a way too powerful like adolescent once, and that was really interesting. You know, like 12, 13 maybe at the most. You might have, I forget the exact age that I made this person. But the premise was that they had been gifted by sort of a trickster genie, a very emotional 6-year-old sorceress, emotions or powers. Kind of, Joey. I took the inspiration from an old episode of The Twilight Zone where there's a kid that can like blink people away to the cornfield, you know? So everybody has to like be on their best behavior around this like godchild, which is a really fun idea. And in my game, that godchild, I should maybe do a video about this sometime. I don't remember whether I've specifically talked about it or not, but maybe mentioned it here or there. But basically, you know, this character started causing trouble in the town, or in a town, and as the players began to look into it, they saw evidence of him basically teleporting, seemingly teleporting. And when they went in after him, they found out that like he had a pocket dimension that was like his own. That's what the genie had given him, basically, was like a place for this kid to be safe and all powerful. And what the kid had done to it for years was basically turn it into his weird sort of like zoo and sort of collection of people he really liked, which was sort of scary in its own right. And if he didn't like you, then he could wish you away, basically. If the players were in his pocket dimension, they basically were helpless, and eventually they were kicked out. They were banished from it, and my players found out as they were kicked out that one of the players in the game, who's been searching for their family, that his family's in that pocket dimension. So now they've got to track, at some point or another, they got to try to track that kid down again, because that's where some poor unfortunate souls are being held. That's great. Yeah, mimics are useful in basically any situation. You can put them anywhere. Two more of these little buggers. Totally not a government spy pigeon. Do you have a favorite trap you like to use in dungeons? Favorite trap. I don't know if I have a favorite trap, but the first one that comes to mind, which is very, very simple, but also super great, was really effective. The players, it was a small game. It was a 2-player campaign that I ran for a while, and they tracked down some goblins to a den and went in after them. Come to find out that the goblins had bosses. They were some very strategic hobgoblins who had taught the goblins a lot and sort of bossed them around. And so these unwitting players ran in kind of down through the cavern, and the one running ahead fell directly down into a hole dug out in sort of the center of that space. This was also after, like, you know, there were goblins that chased them from behind, so there was all this combat, and they just weren't being super careful. And as soon as they fell down into that trap, goblins and hobgoblins came from the other side to immediately start shooting down into it. It's a very simple sort of 1-2 punch. Another time I did something like that was in a set of ruins, and one of the players just so happened to fall down into it and then previously unseen goblins came out from higher parts of the ruins and began shooting everything down into that trap. It's a quick way to create a very like tense situation because it's all focused on one, you know, sort of goblins should be kind of brutal. You know, they don't fight fair. That's not how they survive, and so they're perfect for like this, you know, just awful little little creeps that are gonna take those opportunities to try to take out one member at a time, which kind of changes a combat encounter into we have to protect and save this one person who's in a terrible position right now. That's my favorite. I think that's a really cool kind of trap. And it's super simple, right? If you can dig a hole, if you can cover it up, and as long as nobody spots it, right? It's a really nice trap to use early on in a campaign because not everybody who is going to be good at finding traps is necessarily going to be in the habit of constantly looking for them, especially in certain places like I mentioned, outside in a set of ruins, right? People walking through grass are rarely looking for traps. So having things like that be really well hidden is particularly devious. It's a good spot to catch players unaware, surprise them, and that can always be fun. And really make them hate whoever's responsible for those traps, which is also useful. This one might be a little bit on the chunky side, but that's okay. It's the last one. I will make them work. Similarly, these guys, in no particular order, have to go rest over here. Also, you can't go wrong with exploding locks. You know, exploding and trapped doors, trapped chests, even. Those are always going to be. I think the thing with traps, kind of like with dungeons in general, is that I always want there to be a justification, a reason. Having traps that are really kooky or weird can be really fun. It's not generally like my game and how I run it, so it's just not for me, but fun in its own right, for sure. Noob Master, yeah, we had an encounter like that when we found the goblin camp with the chieftain was commanding the Warwick Riders to target a certain NPC we had with us at the time. Yeah, I mean, it's not something you want to do every encounter, but it's a good idea to pepper stuff in where it's like, hey, they're trying to do this horrible thing. It can be a fun way to mix up encounters after a while. NPM trapdoors for sure. And basically it was the commander of town watch who died, and then the other town guard fled the scene. So I think the inside... Lost my reached the end of a playlist, maybe. I think I'm definitely leaning towards doing something simple on the inside because this looks plain and boring, and assuming that everything out here is starting to harden a little bit, I'm not too worried about damaging anything as I stick stuff in there. Probably some like kind of layers, and maybe I'll go in with some of the, I don't know what I want to do. Maybe some like warts and things like that. That could be kind of cool. The other thing I want to think about is if I want to do any sort of like arms or tentacles or things like that. I've got these here. NPM, I did do a series of 3 harmless traps. Like a chicken jumped out of a chest. There were more annoyances. That way, when they went into the big bad's chamber, they didn't expect a poison cloud trap. Well played. That's actually a really good point too, or reminds me of a really good point, which is that traps are a good opportunity to sort of environmental story tell, or like tell stories about the environment for like whoever built the trap. So like some of my favorite traps that I've run were bad traps. Sometimes goblins left to their own devices are not particularly clever. So the idea of like, you know, the you walk through a doorway in a goblin cave, and you trip a wire, and a bag above your head releases a bunch of dead snakes. Because the goblins, when they put the trap together, caught a bunch of snakes, said this will be great, put them in there. It's been weeks or months. All the snakes are dead. It ends up being just sort of a kind of almost a comedy beat, but it tells you about the creatures that are responsible for the dungeon. Well, now that I see them, these are quite fang-like in there, which could be good or bad. Let's see here. He said kobolds and goblins made traps they thought were scary, but the warlock they were serving was more prepared. It's awesome. I don't know if these will make sense or not. Kobolds for traps are definitely awesome. I don't like these. It's not a bad idea, but I don't like these particular legs. I don't want it to have legs necessarily, maybe just tentacles if anything. But I think they're going to need to be armature based if they are anything. I need to make sure that wherever I attach things, it's not going to get in the way of the opening and closing very much. So keep it to the top and bottom separate. And away from the hinge. NP said, random question, did crafting come naturally to you? Do you have an arts background? Not at all. I never did, I try to think, I never did anything like this before D&D. Never did any of it before, really 4 or 5 years ago. Back when I did board game stuff, I did do a little bit of like miniature painting, but not very much. And I didn't stick with it very much. So I missed out on a lot of fun years, but I think that's because, and why I choose the name for the show that I do here, is that I don't think it's really about the crafting necessarily. I think it's about, I see these things as like, it's like tools, it's like ammo for like an experience, and that's why I do them. Because otherwise, like, I don't necessarily just for like fun make something. I don't know. It sounds weird. It sounds like I'm devaluing it, which I'm not. It just happens to be how I use all of this stuff, I guess. Good thing that these armatures are like infinitely flexible, because I do not efficiently figure out what I'm doing. Nope. I just bumble around. That's my my way. But thank you, though. I'm glad it comes across. I'm glad it comes across somewhat like I know what I'm doing. That means that the ruse is working. Let's see. You said you're also envious of people who are good at drawing maps. I use the toss dice and a sheet of paper and outline the piles of rice to make continents. Nothing wrong with that at all. Yeah, maps are something I'm working on. Maps are something I'm trying to get better at. I've never been great. I've got some that I'm proud of for my world that I even have hanging up on my walls here, but it's not my it's not a comfort zone for me. That's for not that this is certainly not a comfort zone either. Joe, you love drawing maps? That's awesome. Let's see, maybe it kind of comes down. Trying to position a tentacle before I make the tentacle. I think that should work. Something kind of like that. Dregolus, welcome to the stream. Hey, started watching your old streams while I work. A little while ago, is this streaming on Twitch too? No, I have abandoned Twitch for greener pastures. I'm all on YouTube now, as of this last week. So you're only going to find me streaming here. I still have my Twitch page, and I'll probably post updates every now and then to let people know that I've migrated over. But Twitch is Twitch. YouTube seems a little bit easier for what I'm trying to do right now. Let's see here. I think maybe something. Wait, that's not what I. Maybe something kind of like that. Figuring the tentacles will come a little bit off of the armature a bit. Yeah, sorry. Back and forth, I lose myself. Thanks, Dragolus. You know what? Here's one of the things that annoyed me about Twitch is that, well, aside from the fact that like discovering things on Twitch is really hard, they're really, really slow to like giving some options for creators on there, but they also like by default will delete old streams, and that is a real bummer, especially when I want to do some of the stuff that I do with streams. So it's nice over here on YouTube that I know that they're always around, and I can go back and like add chapters, I can add cool descriptions, and that's all very makes me feel good. like I've completed something, you know, that impulse. But I've only been back to streaming. I took some time off this year, which really just means I fell off of the streaming wagon for a while. I think honestly, partially because of Twitch, because it's really hard to get people around. Like for instance, right now with you guys hanging out here, rarely would ever happen on Twitch. I think a couple times it would happen for me. Most of the time, you're getting one or two people swinging by at sporadic times. It's really, really tough to build a big following on Twitch. This has been a lot, I wouldn't say easier, but it's been a lot more rewarding faster on YouTube. So I've got the crafting streams going. That's what we're in right now. And I've also started a new kind of experimental stream where we're, it's called Planning to Fail, and it's sort of a session and game design stream. I've done a little bit of that in the past. Satan probably bots as well. Yeah. But at least here, like, I can YouTube also is not super great in this regard, but like I can post like a community post, right? There are comments. I have other videos. It's a lot easier to sort of engage with people, and I like that. So we'll see how this goes for a while. I'm trying to see if I want another tentacle. Maybe, let's see, how will I do it? So I could have another one coming off of that one. Could be this guy. And then maybe here, if I have one. But yes, thanks again, Drugolus. Thanks for finding your way over. I'm so glad, and that's crazy that you like my old streams. Hopefully the new ones are also good. I actually, and I've never done a video about this because it's never really come up before, but the like I've basically changed up everything in my space here, you know, with streaming in mind. So it makes a lot of this stuff a lot easier. Like, you guys can't see it now, but like this is the crafting table. I technically have a painting table right here, so that, and also a separate space behind me that you can kind of see for like collecting stuff, and another one here. Trying to make enough spaces so that I never have to do, like, okay, I guess I have to like clear all this out of the way so that then I can do streaming here. It's like everything can sort of have its own workspace, so I can hopefully never have that like added weight of like, okay, I have to do a bunch of work before I can stream. You know, it's like I'll be able to just jump right in. This might be So if I have this maybe down, like it's coming out the back, loops up and sort of in, that could be fun. Okay, I can work with this. Let's try out this crazy idea. See if tentacles, mandibles, what are they called? They're called like what's that really confusing word that the monster manual uses? It's like the attack of a mimic is like was it like a pod something? You guys know what I'm thinking of? I've always thought it was like the funkiest choice ever for that. Maybe I'm making it up. I think it's like a... It's like the name for the or the word that they use for like the tentacles, and like that's the name for what is supposedly hitting people. I don't know. It's weird. It was never obvious to me. No, they don't call them tendrils. What do they call them? I'll have to look it up. It's like a weird name, or a weird attack verb. I need more clay. Pseudopod, yeah. That was always so strange to me. I was like, what? I guess, sure. Well, it's an odd word, and like, yeah, it feels like it should be describing something else. It feels misplaced, but that's just me. What do I know? How did I have this? Couldn't have been like that. I think it must have been. Man, that's an excellent question, Dragolus. I do not know. I just kind of go and see where I end up. I don't even know if this tentacle idea is going to work. So hard to imagine also if or hard to guess as to whether or not painting can happen. We'll see. I can tell you I don't really like. Well, no, that's not true. Maybe I do like the tentacles. Or should I call them the pseudopods? Maybe I do like the pseudopods. It's helping that I started with this one because it's very satisfying how it just sort of hugs the side here. Probably. If it was earlier today, I was probably just getting ready for stream, so I didn't follow back. If it was before then I may have just been lazy. If you think it's been too long, email me again. But otherwise, I will likely be getting to it soon. I mean, that's what. Sure, maybe. I don't know. It just always seemed like a weird name for the attack of a mimic. It just didn't seem like what I would. It's not the name I would have used. All right, thanks. I appreciate it. I probably was going to get to it, but it never hurts to get a reminder. So thanks for your patience. It's been one of those weeks. Let's see. Do I want tentacles on my mimic? Kind of feels like they should. Kind of feels like it should be there, you know? And it fits really well right there. The only question is, looks really cool. Well, shit, now it's got to be there. Thank you. I don't think it will affect any of the if I can get this bad boy open again. Yeah, that'll be fine. I can hide my crimes here with some more texture. I think some little warts and dimples will make a lot of sense. A lot more sense on the tentacles than anywhere else. And this being an eye, I think I will. Well, it's kind of okay, depending on how I painted it. It looks a little funky, but it is a mimic, so I mean, what do you expect? What does anybody expect from him, you know? He didn't ask for this. Actually, I don't know. I don't know mimic lore. I would assume it's like weird wizard magic, because that's always how things go, but obviously a mimic can then choose what it wants to be, so to some extent the mimic wants whatever's going on. Wants to be considered a chest. Okay, now I'll set this aside as well, because I don't want to screw it up while I mess around over here. Tentacles. Regulus, do you mind if I ask a couple questions about DM improv? Not at all. Go nuts. I'm sure some of the other people in here will also have some cool stuff to contribute. We've been chatting up all sorts of stuff, and now probably way too much clay, but that's okay. Could have also bulked up these tentacles a bit with aluminum foil, but maybe next time. How much do you guys prepare for a session, and how much do you improvise? That is a good question. I think that the trickiest thing about preparing for being a DM early on is that you don't know what you don't need to prepare. That is something you can only pick up from trial and error, seeing what works for you, what doesn't. So it makes it really hard to prepare at the beginning because you feel like you're having to prepare for everything that you can possibly think of. And it's probably not a terrible impulse. But what you should definitely be doing is looking back after a session and saying, did I use that? Did that actually come up? And if I didn't use it, can I use it in the future? I'll stash it in my notes in my folder, and now I don't have to prep that again. I can always reference it. For instance, like I don't I like my worlds to feel connected together. So a lot of stuff that I don't feel comfortable improving are necessarily like names and locations and guilds and if there's some evil character's name or some big bad, like I like all of this stuff to be kind of interestingly interconnected. So I definitely sometimes will start with that. But something that I find I don't have a lot of trouble with, especially anymore, is finding sort of things for NPCs to care about or to talk about given some base premise. So if I say, here's like the 10 NPCs in this location that they're going to be at, and I'm like, this person is it's a dwarf miner who's generally grumpy. It's like, okay, that's probably enough for me to like do something interesting with them in the moment if they get talked to or if it becomes a thing. But that's in contrast to when I first started being a DM. My first campaign, which was a solo game with my wife, I would go as far as to like detail out not only here's like an NPC, here's their motivations, here's what they care about, here's what they look like, here's stuff that they might say, here's things that they may agree or disagree with the characters about. I would just go nuts on all of that, and over time kind of figured out what I actually used and what I didn't out of all that. Now, if it's something important in terms of dialogue, I'll still maybe think through that and write something out. But that's not really most dialogue. Most stuff that NPCs say does not need to be, that specific. So yeah, I think that'd be my answer. Curious what everybody else would say, though. I definitely do not want to usually find myself needing to make up names of anything on the fly. I'm gonna end up probably reusing names I've used in the past if I do that, because I'm not looking at my notes, and I run a couple of games. I can't keep everything in my head necessarily. I'll make mistakes. That tentacle is actually pretty cool. Sorry, that pseudopod arm or whatever the hell it's actually supposed to be. It's kind of going, hey. Tilt it a little bit more so it's kind of sticking out. NPM says, I try to have a cheat sheet of things I know I'm bad at, possible character names, and a general outline of how I want the session, and plan a backup plan that is usually used next session. Sounds like a good way to do it. That tentacle can hang out over here. Hopefully I remember the general placement of these. but I try to hit at least 3 of the 5 points that I want to happen in the session to move the story forward. I think of, what do I think of them as? I've used a term for this before, but a lot of times what I try to plan in my notes are I've had a better term for this, but almost like interruptions. So if I know that like the players are coming to a new town, then I'll set the stage for them and I'll plan this and I'll say like, okay, here's what makes this town special. Here's what's unique about it. I like to make like a notice board so you can get a sense of the town, and I'll figure out the NPCs and I'll set those up. But generally speaking, I'll put the players into that situation and let them begin to explore. And I'll just sort of listen for, kind of like when the popcorn popping slows, I'll just kind of listen for a gap to occur, and then I'll toss in an interrupter or toss in a thing, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, and that the type of stuff that I'm coming up with in a given town or area where the players are going to be is like, okay, this NPC is going to recognize them and have this to say to them, or this other person is going to have this to bring to them and they want to sell them something, or whatever those things are. And I just sort of use them when the players kind of come to a pause or a lull to sort of kick things up again. And sometimes I'll pick one of those and target them at a player that maybe hasn't been engaging very much and try to like get them into it a little bit more. Yeah, that's another way I tend to prep is thinking about those things in terms of, this is what I'll use when the players run out of their own ideas about what to do, I guess. NP says, I'm so bad at improv, I accidentally used illusions from Beatles songs as NPC names, and my players thought it was a hint to something. That's pretty funny, actually. Got a thing on me. There's a Mother, Mary, Eleanor, Judith, and Penny. I was listening to the Beatles, and it stuck. Had to try to shoehorn it all to make it sense. That's funny. And hey, very observant players you have to even pick up on that, right? That's cool. All right, I think a lot of this is pretty, like, it's not like cured and totally solid or whatever, but it's pretty good. That's funny. Let's see. And I could, so I think, man, it's gonna make this little box kind of heavy, but I don't think I want to leave it looking like this. And if it's a mimic anyway, it's not like I just want to make it like wood on the inside. Like it should be like a mouth. But it could also have teeth coming out of the inside if I wanted to do that. That could be kind of neat. And then there's the thing about role play. Dragola says, sometimes I get carried away and the whole character just becomes an info dump. Robin, hey, welcome to the stream. Thanks for hanging out. I just DM'd last night and sort of forgot the rules for grappling for 5 minutes. I mean, I think I judge stuff like that differently almost every time I ever do it. I think it's totally fine. Somebody's like, hey, I shoved them. I'm like, okay, do an athletics check against their AC, or like, hey, it's going to be a contested strength check. Like, I change it almost every time. My players don't seem to mind. I'm sure I screw up rules like that all the time. Sometimes my players will catch me on it. Sometimes even they don't know. It's hard to keep track of everything, right? Forgetting that Hellish Rebuke was a reaction. Yeah, that'll be a bummer. I have definitely mistakenly given my players just like a cakewalk of a fight before. It was I hadn't paid too close attention to how many bandits I was using and just how difficult or not so difficult that stat block is. My players were, they weren't beginners anymore, right? And even so, like having that cakewalk, they had so much fun. They thought it was hilarious how much they were just like whooping these bandits that had been talking all big about, you know, we want we want your gold or we're not going to let you pass and all this stuff. And then they just, I don't even know that they took a single hit from the bandits, but they had a ton of fun. So I don't typically use a screen. Nope. I mean, I have before, but it's not like a requirement for me. Not a must. As long as I don't sit next to a player that's eyeballing me notes, which happens sometimes. Not their fault usually. It's just hard not to look at stuff, you know. I really do appreciate how sticky Das Clay is, that I can just drop it in here on plastic and it's just like, sure, I'll hold on. It's like, thanks, Das Clay. You're a real friend. I'm sure dropping in some glue in certain places would help, but one less thing. Favorite monster to DM? Hags are fun. I like a witch encounter. Really, any creature that can get away with some surprising abilities is always really fun, both to like plan for and to actually execute. Yeah, those are definitely always ranking high for me. Tactical stuff is fun, like very strategic enemies, even though depending on that situation, it can be pretty exhausting. It's a lot of work as a DM to make something really tactically interesting and challenging and keep a lot of things moving, or keep a lot of plates spinning. That's no small feat, but that could be really fun to do. Consistently role playing an NPC, Juggalos. It's a good question. Sometimes I'm better than other times. Other times, when I don't, I just figure, well, if I'm having a hard time remembering how exactly I played this NPC, my players are probably forgiving and forget as well. Sometimes I'll use notes, stick some notes with the NPC about kind of how I'm doing it, but I would say most of the time I forget. Most of the time I'm not that helpful to future Ryan. That's future Ryan's problem. I got problems today to worry about. Satan, you said, are you interested? Gothic horror type D&D like vampires and massive castles overlooking villages type aesthetic? Sometimes, yeah. I think that can fit. I'd say that my overall style of my world is probably more Indiana Jones than Gothic horror. But even Indiana Jones had some horror elements, so I pull those in from time to time as well. I just wouldn't say that it's like the status quo is like lots of Gothic, big epic whatever is like. Nah, most of the time it's my games. It's more about understanding a location. Why is it the way that it is? Problem solving, making decisions about where to go in the world. It tends to be. I'm not very often trying to hit like a horror vibe or aesthetic just because it's so difficult to do. So I kind of try to pick my moments and say like, okay, I'm going to try to make this location spooky or scary or whatever, because it's hard to hit on that speed all the time. There are probably people that can do it. I don't know that I can for very long. I think I would probably run out of steam. Robin, you said, so are you more create your own campaigns? Yeah. I definitely am a homebrew DM. That's my preferred way to go. Doesn't mean I don't incorporate other ideas that I like. I mean, I think one of the exciting parts about homebrew is that nothing is out of reach, right? It can all just get kind of sucked into the creative machine. But I like having I kind of knew when I first started being a DM that my players knew more about Forgotten Realms than I did, and I didn't feel like I could be an effective dungeon master if they were constantly like, nope, that's not true, or oh, you don't know about this, I know about this. It's like, okay, I have to probably know the most about my world to be super effective at this, so I just really early on kind of split off from sort of D&D canon or whatever you'd call it and started going my own way. NPM, what do you all think is a good balance for combat and role play? That's a good question. I'll give you my answer. I think it's I view my games as they are 3 legs on a tripod. Combat's one of those legs, role playing is one of those legs, and some form of understanding environments, puzzle solving, that's the other third one. Whatever exactly, however that does work out, that'd be the third leg. And I just kind of try to balance those out as I go. I have thought about it, definitely. I've also thought about trying to get this other AirPod to work. But it not want to work. Annoying, but not terrible. I have thought about streaming a campaign. I don't want to do it for my existing campaigns because they didn't start out online, and I wouldn't want to transition them to that. And when I think about doing it, I think about I would want to do. I would want to have an idea that would only really work if I ran it online. Which I think there are some ideas, but haven't gotten to them yet. I think before I can try doing that, I'm going to have to end at least one of my campaigns because I don't have enough time for another one right now. Joey, what is the best, most creative use you've seen of a magic item? Ooh. Creative use of a magic item. That's a good question. Creative use. Have to think. I give out a lot of magic items. Trying to think about what's the... You know, one of my favorite magic items that I ever handed out, I haven't done in a long time. When I was running my... when I was running the solo campaign for my wife, that's how I learned how to be a DM. We both wanted to play the game. But we played board games and everything, and we said, well, we'll just learn it together. And I learned how to DM, and then she learned how to be a player. We screwed up a lot of the rules for a long time. I think there are certain things we never really got right, which is hilarious. But my favorite item I gave her, and this is actually, now that I think about it, I never thought about it this way. This is actually like probably like what would be the word for like a progenitor or like an origin story for like what I do now, because I had a crafty idea. I wasn't crafting yet. I wasn't making props, but I really liked the robe of useful items. I thought that was a really cool thing, and I wanted to represent it. So I took a let's see if I have one. I took one of these like notebooks and sat down, and over the course of I think a couple of sessions, or maybe mostly one afternoon, I basically went through and did my, you know, my best Sharpie drawing interpretation of everything that was on the robe of useful items. So if you don't know what that item is, the idea is that it's a robe with a bunch of patches on it, and these patches can be ripped off, and you throw it, and it becomes whatever it is. That it sort of turns into that item. And so in essence, one of the first sort of props for the game that I made was for this magic item, because she was literally tearing them out of the book in order to cast them. The reason it was funny and creative is because I was a terrible, and probably still am terrible at drawing. So some items she was like, I don't really know what this is, but I'm going to use it. That was really fun. There were some really fun outcomes for that. I should really revisit that idea, because I think having, because if you had patches, like it's a little bit not as fun if you just know what all of the things are on your robe of useful items. I think the DM taking the challenge of trying to illustrate all of those themselves makes it kind of a fun thing for the campaign. Joey, if you do stream post a campaign, you should do that seafaring campaign you talked about in one of your shorts. Ooh, yeah. I still love that idea. I still think about that one. That would be really fun. Thank you, NPM. It was a fun campaign. And there was a whole second arc to that campaign that we never got to, that I still have all the notes for, that I still think would be a cool thing to play. But now we play group games and stuff like that, and we haven't gone back to the solo game yet. Robin, I appreciate that. You know what? I get better. I've gotten better. But I should make a note, because I think that'd be a fun video to do, to sort of encourage people to try their own hand at it. I think it's a really approachable thing to do if you have just like paper, or like, you know, a little notebook and a marker. You can sit down and make one. Probably not very long. That's a fun one. All right, so we got. I don't know. I think like painting that up wet and pink. I don't want to do a ton, because like we were talking about. Let me see. I probably have one like this guy, or this doppelganger. It's fun if, you know, it's fun to have a mini. Shoot, it's almost enough that a mini could sit upright in there, just about, which is kind of cool. So I don't want to put a lot of stuff inside of this thing, because I'd like to keep it functional. And I think how it is, I can paint it up all gross. You know, it looks like a skin, or like a mouth texture. Once it has the teeth coming off of it, I think it'll sell well. And hey, Robin, 3D work or whatever, like, that's awesome. That's I cannot do that. Hold on, I have another drink over here on the other table. Let me grab that here. Let me just like 10 seconds. It's over here. One of those tricks, one of those streaming tricks I still have to re-teach myself, is how to have the speaking endurance for multiple hours. I have to keep fluids around. It's like, oh yeah, I should drink something. My voice is going all croaky. All right, so I think So I think I'm gonna want another tentacle somewhere, sticking out of some place. Maybe that's just what I'll do here. Just make another tentacle or two. Couldn't hurt. Maximum Meyer, amazing name. Thanks for checking out the stream. He said, first time seeing your streams, love your short form content. Maybe you could compile the content into a supercut. Which goes into which supercut? You're talking about like stream content? Curious what you thinking. And I've really only been back on streaming here for like a week, so I'm barely doing it, but it has been really fun, and it's been fun catching new people on the stream, and YouTube actually is a pretty good platform for this, so it's exciting. I'm not sure that there's a ton of people doing sort of like terrain crafting and miniature stuff, so it's fun to get out here. Well, thank you. That's amazing and wild. But I'm so glad. It's as Matt Colville put it, it's the most fun you can have with your brain. Tend to agree. So glad to see more people getting out there. I'm glad to be a contributing factor in some little way. Thank you. I'm not sure where this tentacle is going to fit exactly, but I'm going to just have it in case I need it. See how these are doing. Because what I feel like I'm going to need to do here is start gluing some of these things. The tentacles I feel better about than the fangs. So maybe that's where I'll start. Noob Master, he said, was wondering where do I go for my miniatures? Anywhere and everywhere. I have a video about this. It doesn't go into super great detail because it's only a minute long. But my players they'll design their stuff on Hero Forge, and I print them on my 3D printer. For monsters, if it's not too big, I can print it on my 3D printer. If it's larger, I'll just get it from my local game store. I used to be a big board gamer, so I've cannibalized a bunch of things from that. What else? Sometimes there are cool designs from printers on Etsy, or metal minis are really fun. Those you either have to, I typically find on a game store, like certain kind of specialty websites. If you watch my other crafting stream where I did a bunch of mimics, those mimics came from Galadoria Games. They have a bunch of mimics. The cool part about how they do mimics is you can get, and they use like a special plastic injection mold, something or other. But they have mimics where you can get basically the pre-mimic transformation and the post-mimic transformation, which is really fun. Meyer said YouTube short, but stream content would be a good idea. Yeah, I could maybe try something like that. I'd have to think about the right way. I do have long form content in the works. I have some plans for some, I think, pretty cool content, but that is yet to be seen. What 3D printer? I have an Anycubic Photon Mono, and it works for me pretty well. I think this guy's ready. Gotta glue stuff on at some point, and from there to there. See if this is the right way to do this or not. Give it a minute. Stream content would be, yeah, I think we'll see what ends up connecting with people, but I think it's been great to see some reception to the stream stuff. I don't expect that to get a lot of views or anything like that, but I definitely have some. I mean, I guess imagine a 10-minute version of one of my shorts. I've got some ideas coming that hopefully will get some people's attention. We'll see. Thanks, Robin. Appreciate it. Have a good night. New Master, I've been looking into Hero Forge at the moment for my first character. It's super fun. I like Hero Forge. I'll go on there sometimes and create, even NPC ideas and stuff. Some of which I've ordered and made just for the sake of having, a specific character that I kind of dreamed up. So I would definitely recommend it. Until this is an eyeball, it does make it look kind of like a bird, which is okay. The fangs will help, I think, as the fangs start As I start putting those into place. Let's see, let's give that some more time. Wonder if I can start in. Drago's crafting painting streams are surprisingly therapeutic. Glad to hear it. Totally, you said, you have given me the mimic fever. I'm now making a potion mimic out of a bottle, paper toothpicks, and a hot glue because I don't have clay. That will be probably equally as effective, honestly. That'll be awesome. Let's see where I'm going to start with these guys. Big old fangs. Well, I think I'm just gonna start connecting some stuff. We'll see how it goes. See what holds and what doesn't. I mean, what's the worst that can happen, right? I want it to basically be as close without actually touching the upper level as possible. Some of it's going to be a little bit goofy looking because it's not like I was really carefully scientifically measuring this stuff or anything, but I think it'll get the job done. It's going to sell as it's a mimic. What do you want, right? And mimic fever. I'm glad everybody's catching it. Yeah, like that thing sticks out like crazy, but that's okay. No matter what happens, right? So this was my first clay mimic. What can I even expect of myself? Dry fit. Always dry fit first. I should give it more time. Like I said, I don't expect anything to cure, but I definitely want it to be tacky enough that it's holding in place. Dragolus, where do you think one should start if they want to get into the foam sculpting hobby? Only thing I can recommend is what I did, which was follow Black Magic Crafts on YouTube. I did those so many of his tutorials, so much of my stuff. Meyer, gotta log off for tonight. Love your stream for the short bit I could watch. It's 11:56 for my choice. Well, we'll do it again and hopefully catch you earlier next time. Have a good one. Appreciate the kind words. NPM, the Crayola foam clay was a good start. Black Magic Craft is a good resource. 100%. The first thing that I ever really made was a little foam fountain that was based on his tutorial. Super approachable. And I guess you could say I caught the bug because look at this mess I'm making now. Yeah, Black Magic's awesome. One of the best things about his content, I think, is that he's a carpenter by trade, and so he doesn't do very much of the like here's a template or take these very specific measurements. I think some of that crafting is really cool, some of that crafting style, but Instead he's like kind of all about, okay, let's finger gauge this. Let's get, a general idea of how, let's cut this into size. Let's run these over the edge and then trim it down. It's all very like approachable in that way, and I think teaches some really smart ways of crafting in general that I've habits that I was glad that I formed. Awesome. NPM, you gotta. We're in the Fountain Club. Wylock's Armory is also good. Definitely, yeah. Wylock's good, and there are others too. There's a bunch. Satan Sleepy Time, be back for the next stream. Do you have an idea for when that'll be? Loosely, right now, I'm planning to do another stream tomorrow night. Still gonna probably wait until I'm more confident about how often I'm doing this before I put out a schedule, but that is the goal. So once I have that, you guys will know about it. I think these teeth are gonna look goofy and awesome. That's what I think. Cool, Satan. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, cool. Love all the recommendations. I've definitely always good to be aware of, who people follow and have found crafting through. I think that's always really interesting. Yeah, let us know what you think, Dragolus. Hopefully some of that'll be of interest. Definitely a lot of good resources out there. It's such a really welcoming and kind of easy community to get into, I think, which is just awesome. Oops. Thanks. They are. It's an interesting effect. I don't know if I necessarily knew what to expect, but now that I'm seeing them, I'm glad I went this. I'm glad I went this direction. I think it's going to give a ton of character to this guy. Noel, I will happily use your name now. One of my favorite things about, you know, kind of publishing things on the internet this year has been the couple of times that I've been able to hear people that I look up to in this industry say my channel name or say my screen name and just butcher it in different ways. It's been really fun. I don't want them to know the right way to say it because it's really fun to hear Jerry Holkins call me Ryanime a couple of times on his stream. It's like I'll take Ryanime. He doesn't have to know how to pronounce Rhynimal or even know that it's a first name and a last name. He doesn't have to know that junk. Ryanime is just fine with me. There you go. Can't blame him. That you take a glance at chat, that's what it looks like. Exactly. Yes. Classic Ryanime. It looks like look like spider legs. I'm here for it. It's fun. It's fun. Painting this thing is going to be a lot of fun too. A lot of, well, I don't know. I guess like standard colors I would think of are kind of like purples and pinks and stuff like that. But it's a monster. It can be anything. But it would be fun to kind of see maybe like the blue turn to purple turn to pink sort of vibe. That'd be kind of fun. Little big crazy teeth that would be really rewarding to paint. It's good stuff. blood effect, definitely. It's a great idea. Oh, that's a good call too. Tarantula or wolf spider colors. Teeth. Cool. To make sure everything can move around without running into each other. I mean, that's pretty cool. That makes that makes me happy. It's very satisfying. Okay, can I set back that? So the hope is that I can just basically pop these teeth off and find a home nestled into these holes I made. Doesn't really matter which direction they point, right? Just that they fit in somewhere. The tricky part with these teeth is dry fitting them may or may not be effective, and I may just have to start committing. You just have to put them in and start gluing them. Otherwise, the dry fitting process will probably drive me crazy. See if I have a few that'll probably work. Yeah, what did I say about the dry fitting process driving me nuts? So, we're just not gonna do that. Doesn't matter which way the teeth point. Not on my mimic. It's not how I see things. Hopefully having a little hole to drop these into creates more room for the glue to, more surface area, kind of almost like pinning a miniature. Like hopefully just kind of keep them in place. This is much smaller than I would like to be dealing with. Ugh. Yeah. Night, Noel. Appreciate it. It'll be up sometime tomorrow, I'm sure. Enjoy your market. Dragolus, that definitely qualifies. Yeah, that definitely qualifies as a dark idea. But I'm sure somebody's done it before, so you know. I'm sure you'd be joining a noble order of folks who have made the darkest of dark monsters. And did their players even know? That's the question. Ugh. Not liking all of my teeth so far. These little teeth are a real pain. Some of them are okay. Just want them to be able to fit. Just want them to fit. That one will fit. Shoot. Yeah. It's like you you look away and you're like, wait, which one was it? It's that one, right? Yeah, it'll fit right there. Okay. I don't think I've ever used anything from a living creature before, or like I guess a once living creature. Never tried that. I don't have access to very much like that to be able to. These dark teeth, the little teeth though, once they're in place, are looking like 1,000% better than I thought they were going to, honestly. They're looking really, really good, and that is exciting. I'm happy with that. Let's see. Yeah, it's just these teeth are too fat. That one's perfect right there, so I'll do that. What's going on at the top of the mouth? You mean like on the inside? Because the answer might be nothing. The answer might just be, you know, paint it up all gooey and be good with that. Only because on the inside it'd be nice to have the maximum amount of room for like putting a mini if it eats somebody, or putting some dice if I want to keep some in there. And if I put a bunch of stuff on the inside, that might get difficult. But it's always a possibility. One of these guys I'm going to have to carve down, I think. Ooh, can you fit? I have to carve that one down. Let's see. Let's see if I can get this other one. I tried when I was making them to kind of get them in the right shape, but I know more now about the shape they need. Oh, that's cool. Totally not a spy. You could give it ridges and bumps like the inside of a snake's mouth. That's a good call. I might have to look up that for reference, but that would be probably easy detail to add. Ooh, that, I think that'll fit. Come on now. Yeah, okay. See, I don't really care if it's pointing a particular direction, just that it will fit inside the hole well enough, because it actually is better for me if it kind of is all over the place. It's a monster. It's a monster. He doesn't have a dentist. He also doesn't need anybody judging him. Yeah. Actually, I don't even think I need a reference. I think I can. Tricky angles. Simple lines are a good start. And let's see if we come through. Is this the... future, Ryan will thank me for having more detail to catch paint. For a part of this thing that very few people will ever see, but that's the fun part. Okay. So assuming that this guy is not going to have missing teeth in the front, which would look strange. Gotta figure that out. Let's see here. Ooh. Yes. That one will do. Might have to squeeze in there a little bit, but he'll fit. Couple spots left. Oops. Whoa. Let's see if I can shave this guy down somehow. This one in there. That should fit pretty well, actually. Oof. Yeah, I'm gonna have to shave that down. I have to cut away something. Okay. Probably that side. Just shaving down monster teeth. Totally normal thing to do on a Saturday night. Why not? Okay, I can make that work. Glue, actually, can make that work. Glue can solve this problem for me. Thank you, glue. Save the day again. Totally not a spy. Update to the little bottle mimic. You should try using rolled up old and thin paper set with super glue as a cork for mini bottles. It looks awesome, like an organic little tree bit. It's a great idea. Useless junk out of my way. Let's see here. Got these tentacles. Could use more tentacles. Thankfully, I have that in spades. Alright, so this one. This one is a heavier tentacle, or pseudopod, or whatever the hell. But I think we'll be okay. All the spots that are heavy have glue. Okay. Bring that together. And bring that together. Question is, what balances it out? Probably something sticking up. Maybe along here. Maybe like that. We're gonna find out. We're gonna see. More concerned with what this looks like from the front. Obviously from the back it's like, okay, I guess that tentacle just came out of the thing, but I don't think it's gonna be that noticeable or bother me when all is said and done. And a lot of this tentacle texture is going to improve, I think, given what else I want to do to the tentacles. Okay, I feel pretty stable. Feels okay. Because I've got a tentacle there, tentacle here, tentacle up there. Kind of feels like maybe along here. Or maybe, this is still pretty flexible. Oops. You know, sort of. Maybe over here. This one's the only one that I didn't really have a plan for. I just sort of made it. And then also stepping back, I go, does it need another tentacle? It's got the two here and then the one big one over here. Does it need balance? Does it need another one somewhere? Ooh, maybe. Here we go. Yeah. That's exactly where it was. That's where it needs to be. Of course. Something like this. Maybe the other way's better. Maybe like that. I think I like that. This one might be jumping the gun. We'll see. Only because it's not as dried as the rest of the clay, but psh, it'll be fine. It'll be great. I love how picking this thing up has just gotten more and more tricky. I mean, painting around it is not going to be a total blast, but I think it works. Time will tell if I feel like I need another, because this guy makes it kind of feel like there needs to be another big arm, but maybe not. Maybe that's just my brain wanting it to be balanced. Maybe having the one that comes out like that is totally fine. I set it like, if I set it like that, don't think there's really contact with anything. Which means it can sort of dry like that. I think I want to add stuff to the tentacles, but I'm not sure if I can do that well. Maybe not, honestly. Maybe I don't. I was thinking originally like I want to put raised spots all over the tentacles. I'm not sure if I do. Not sure if I do. Interesting, interesting, interesting. That might be the main guts of the mimic. Get this back. It's definitely got a look to it. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I'm feeling pretty good about that. I think this will be neat. Once it gets some time to dry, be fun to paint it up. Like, oof. Careful about it. Yeah, pretty much made do with this stuff. Obviously, plenty of that stuff. These guys, for sure. All of that. This one here did not need really anything else glue-wise, but I think that'll do it for the main build of this guy until it's ready for any other last-minute details that I want to add, or potentially, you know, extra little dots or whatever's, but certainly until it's time to paint. Sucker's good to go. Thanks so much, guys, everybody that hung out, popped in and out. I super appreciate it, and hopefully catch you guys really, really soon, because I'm in the mood to be crafting. So, yeah, catch you guys.